I'm back again, uh, and we'll just start off with where we left. But before that, I need to share this playlist, which is again awesome. It's awesome. It's an awesome playlist. So we can listen to it and walk through everything, all of these problems, all of the life's uh, various thingies. Because you're natural. Okay, so we have got pretty much everything covered over here. You can also use enhance. Okay, that works. Okay, we have set everything up properly. We have also updated our dependencies. It looks like there's a minor update available for Superforms, which is awesome. Means it is being maintained actively. Let's go with pnpm run dev, and we have started our development server. Whew, I feel a bit stressed. I don't know why, but I do have my cup of coffee, which is the most important ingredient in a coding setup. In a coding setup, I would also want to set up an alarm for almost 2.5 hours. With that done, we can also restart our timer, which is kind of cool that Windows has this amazing features built in to sort of work with this. And this goes down here. We can go with localhost and shad, because that is where the active form that we are working on is. Okay. Okay, I guess we haven't actually configured the backend for this. That is the form submission and how it going to work. Okay, we also need to pass in our request object, which contains the form data. And we want to say if not form dot valid, we are going to throw fail. The code is going to be 400. And I have to return the form, of course, as well, which is going to be an object. And then if it actually succeeds, I want to return message. Okay, and we want to return the form, and we want to return a message. That is evil. That is particularly evil, I think. Young, but not that cold. I think the world is old. What we're told feels something so wrong in doing the wrong thing. Okay, I don't know why it is actually filling in the email address in the accounting software thing. That's just insane that that is happening. I'll have to look at where this is coming from. We have the from map and we have actually binded it with, okay, we have actually binded it with email and that is why we are getting the error. We don't have to bind it with email. We kind of have to bind it with the from app. But now this isn't going to be updated by it, which is a huge problem for us. We want to also go ahead and do the same for to app. So basically what it is saying is that we want to derive the value of to app and we want to do that whenever this thing changes. So if this exists, then the value is going to be label as from app and to app, and the value is also going to be this. But if this isn't defined, then the value is undefined, which is kind of okay. That covers every aspect of it. But right here, we have got some things that we would like to change maybe. Maybe. We have to sort of bind the value some place at least. Okay, so the label also changes. So I'll have to slugify it as well. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. And we are listening to awesome songs for which I've shared the playlist, which is just awesome. 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 But why won't this change? And it still displays the whoa. Okay, I guess we also need to specify the value over here. And I think this should work. Okay, this updates and this also, this does not update. This one doesn't update because we haven't actually passed in the values right here, which is something that we need to do in order to update the value. This is not going to be automatically updated for us. So let's again bind the selected to, and right above here we had binded it to from app, but now we are going to do it with to app. And we also get access to on selected change, which is something that is fired whenever we change the selection. That, let's say we go from QuickBooks to MyOb, this function is going to be fired and we have the option to provide it a callback function. and it takes the current value that we can have. But in some cases it can also be undefined, so we want to check if it is undefined. And if it is defined, that is if it is a truthy value, then we are going to set the value, that is update the value of form data dot to app, and we are going to set it to the value of v dot value, and that pretty much covers all aspects of it. I think that this should now update as well, right? Which it is doing, which is pretty cool. We have set up everything, and we need to also set up the form button because we still don't have a button yet. So we are going to go with form dot button, and here we can go with a simple submit option. Okay, let's try submitting it. We also have to sort of change some things over here. We can kind of remove this. Do we have message destructured from here? Because we get it as a store on the returned value itself. So we can use that message object. We can use the message. I'd also want to kind of set it to 25 and 5. I don't want Spotify. Oh no, my system just got hacked. What the hell? Okay, I think that this should work. Maybe I can also shut down the do not disturb mode so that I can actually get notifications. Whatever. We have configured that, and we can just go ahead and work with rest of the form. We obviously want the message, and we are going to say if the message exists, then show me the message. And this is the message that we returned from the form action. And right here we'd also want to go with let's say a p tag, and we can say the class is going to be background green kind of 600. Text can be white, font can be semi bold, and padding can be 2, rounded can be medium, and then we can also have a shadow of MD, and position is going to be absolute. It is going to be uh, top uh, top top 5, and we are also going to go with I think that more or less covers this whole thing. And what else? Obviously we'd also want a transition on this, so we can go with transition, which is pretty cool that Svelte comes with its own transitions, and we can do fly. And we wanted to slide in from up, so we can do minus 100%, so we are going to get that. And we are also kind of going to have to import the transition. Let's see what we get. We are getting an error because we haven't actually agreed, and so for that we have to actually set up the checkbox. So we'll have to go back to the documentation for Svelte, and kind of see what we can actually get over here. From the form itself, right? Okay, I think it follows the same pattern, but instead of all of that, we just have a checkbox and we bind the checked property. And I think the styling is also pretty cool over here, so I can just use that. Okay, let's go with font control. I think that they did a good thing by removing slots because this just feels very awkward to actually work with. I just don't get it. Coming from JavaScript functions, like functions, you just pass in an argument and that is how it works. But here we have to define the arguments in this way, which is, it seems just weird. Cheers. What the hell? Just give me a second. There was some issue with the keyboard itself. I don't know why it is disconnecting again and again. Maybe the wires are loose. What the hell? It just again went out. Let me give me a second. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm pretty sure that I fixed the technical issue at this point. I think uh, the USB had come loose. and that is why I was getting the error. But we can spread the attributes, and we can also bind checked, which is Svelte's way of binding the value of a particular variable to a checkbox. Okay, so if I remember it correctly, we were also going to look at the documentation provided by. Okay. Okay, so form control isn't going to actually take any element whatsoever. Like it won't render an element. And that is why we are able to just define this on the. Okay, it's break time. Break time. This is like pretty cool. You can just keep on hammering at these problems and eventually they'll be solved. That's written in rigged weather. Oh, like what is the error that we are getting? We'll have to just look at it here. Why is agree false when actually we have marked it as true here? Like when it is sending it, there is some problem that we are getting, which is okay. We now know that there's a problem and where the problem is coming in. I've actually binded the value as well. Why do we have this field? Okay. Okay, we also can have an intermediate step. There is an intermediate state which is somewhat causing problems right now. How do I get rid of that intermediate state? Let's see where I'm actually importing the checkbox from. In the middle of the night. I don't understand how to get rid of that. Why is the value actually changing? Like as soon as it is submitted, the value turns to false, which is something that we don't want. We want it to stay binded to this value. Is there a way to actually, let's say, mhm. Okay, I think we were disconnected for a while and we have reconnected once again. Is my system getting hacked or something? I don't know. Okay, we need a hidden element. We need a checkbox input. And it succeeds. Okay, so what is needed is a hidden input field which is going to be used to submit the actual value of the variable, and that will actually associate the value with this whole thing. Fun. So that is like something to deal with. I don't know what is happening, but the connection is pretty bad right now. It's just not working the way I want it to work, which is just sad because, yeah. Can I just pass it in as a boo? Okay, in Bits UI, at least we have something to deal with the intermediate state, like we can actually reference that, but we don't have that ability within, let's say, shadcn-svelte. So in this case, I'm thinking that it would be better to just go with this Bits UI thing and use that instead of, you know, going with shadcn-svelte at this point. So, in which case we can actually go ahead and go with checkbox. Let's just remove the checkbox and actually see how we can work through it in a Bits UI way instead of Shadcn and Svelte. I think that whenever we actually install something like that, we actually get Bits UI component as well, which is a good thing overall. We can now define the root, and that simply works. But we also have other things available to us, and in 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 the most basic way we can actually have all of these things. So so let's just go ahead and get all of these things in here, right? And we can actually remove this, but now we no longer have our checkbox, which is kind of weird. Because maybe we have to pass in the attributes as well. Like we need to spread those attributes primarily. And how do we do that in here? Maybe we can look at the documentation for FormSnap to better understand how that'll work. And instead of this, we want to go with checkbox. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't have a lot of uh, Okay, I think we have to bind checked, or do we have to bind the value in this case? Okay. So do we also have to spread that in the... Okay, this is working, but I'm still not seeing. Uh, uh. What about the checkbox input? And what happens when we submit it though? Let's just mark it as true and then submit it, and it successfully submits. Everything is true. So it kind of works right now. Box indicator input is connected to the root as well. But why don't we actually have any sort of styles or anything like that? So the styles aren't available by default, is that it? Okay. So we have to kind of define this on our own. Okay. We have to define this on our own within the indicator itself, which is kind of like insane, but no problems. We can just go ahead and uh, let's just get this as well. If is checked, we can have the class of check. Okay, let us also get this. Still can't see it. Okay, now it works, but this is uh, like like this actually stops the errors from coming in because Maybe now TypeScript is able to figure out what the whole problem is. But if we just go ahead and remove that once again, and instead of importing it from there, we actually get it from, we'll have our own sort of errors because these elements do not have root and things like that. And so we kind of are back to square one where we have to use the shadcn-svelte thing. Okay, sort of. I think I figured it out. I mean, it does not have to exist on this, right? We can also remove the checkbox right now. We still have these two errors. Okay, attributes. Okay, dot name. We need the name of the attribute right now, and that should kind of actually give us something to deal with. And this is properly binded, but I still don't know how to get rid of this. Like the value of checked can be boolean, intermediate, or undefined, right? But we want to actually is the type of agree coming out to be a string. Okay, so if it is like it's thinking that this can be string intermediate. Which isn't actually something that helps us out. What the hell? How did I complete 6 hours 29 minutes? Okay, I think I'll take a break now and be back. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. And there's construction work going on, so this isn't going to be a lot of fun. But the good thing again is that not a lot of people here. So kind of get away with it. Kind of get away with it. We can start the session and just get this right here. Okay. Let's now try this out, and when we submit it, it submits successfully and shows us the message as well. But if let's say we have an error or something, that is both the apps are the same, we get the errors in respective places. The next thing that we want to do is instead of this, we want to configure a combo box. Why isn't it working? Okay, now it works. We can easily switch between these things. Let's go ahead and look at the combo box, which is what we want in this case. Okay, let's see what we can actually accomplish right here. We are going to replace one of these things with our combo box component, and that should simplify some of our tasks. Hmm. Okay, is the simple setup, does the simple setup also requires that? Yeah, it does kind of. Okay, form data dot agree, and that gives us a lot of things right here. In particular, what we also want is to be able to use this stuff, but for that we have to also set up some other things. Okay, since there's construction work going on, I think I'll use my uh, noise cancelling headphones a bit because I mean they're a bit on the heavier side, but I think that I can manage with this. Yeah, that is better. Maybe I can just go ahead and change the. Hmm. Okay, we'll have the popover API and inside it the form control. We'll also want a popover trigger. Okay. I kind of get that, but I'll have to just look at that. Okay, so I think that this is a way to uh, work with the like work in the event loop. Okay, so it just gets it into the macro task queue, which I think is takes priority over the main task queue. Like JavaScript will actually clear the micro task queue first and then go back to the main task queue. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello, concurrent viewers. What's up? So, I'm trying to figure out how this whole thing works, and it's a real mess. I haven't actually used tech before. I guess it goes well with talk. Hey, dude, what's up? What is up? We are up to 10 views, which is good, and two concurrent viewers. Who's the second one? I wonder. I wonder. I wonder who's the second one. Yeah, but that isn't going to actually work for us right now. So we can actually go ahead and I didn't even know that they had updated the documentation with breaking changes. So this is like real good. Before and after update is also gone. Create event dispatcher is gone. Pretty cool that they have actually kept all of these things and detailed them as well. So we can actually try out tick, 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 tick. I mean, this is more or less a practical example of using it. So let's just get this working for our use case, right? Okay, let's just then define uh, uh, and the other would be is open to app. And we also need to import tech because that is going to not work if we don't have that. And we can kind of go ahead and look at the other examples right here. Okay, I think we need from pop over to pop over, right? Everything is going to be wrapped in pop over. So you can see the reference for it. Okay. So, I mean, this follows the same pattern. You need a trigger, open pop over dot content. And do we need anything else right here? Okay, our import, I think, may be not correct, which is the case. We need to import everything. So the star syntax actually says that import everything, but as popover, and so we'll have access to all of the properties through the popover object. And let us see if we actually get the popover working. Yeah, it is working. Let's now configure our combo box inside it. We can also have our custom buttons in here, which is a good thing, I think. And everything else goes into the popover content. Pretty cool. And then, what else can we do right here? Okay. And do we have this available? Let me just install it. And let me just open up a new terminal. Okay, it already exists, so we can just cancel the operation. And then look at, okay, we have the root element input. We then have a list, group, separator, group. Okay, we can group items. We have the input for filtering the items and and that is all going to open up when we actually click on that whole thing. Okay, okay. Hmm. So I'm guessing that it is going to be open by default, and we don't want to actually open it in a dialog box. So what we can actually do is start with the command root input list. Okay, so this is the whole structure. I think we have the combo box, sorry, command root, and what it is going to have is a command dot trigger, right? No, it is going to have an input and a list. Input and a command list. Let me just take this over here. Okay, so one more subscriber we got, which is pretty cool. And okay. And that just seems insane. Right. Okay, and let's just go ahead and also place this right here. So it now works. Everything is pretty cool. We can work through things easily. We have got our documentation also. Like having a second monitor is such a cool thing. I mean, I can't just I have to say it's one of the best things you can do for yourself. Like get a second monitor. Anyhow, should I also change the taskbar settings and hide it? Let's go to the behaviors, automatically hide the taskbar. Pretty cool. Now we have more space to work with. Okay. We have to define something for when it is empty, and then we can have groups. I think that this is going to work pretty well. And we have a good combo box. And where is the input element? Like, where did it disappear? Oh shit. We we just that was a bad thing to do. And we have something that will enhance uh, user experience definitely. But it isn't that accurate. Why is that the case? Hmm. Okay, now we have sorted it as well. So it's particularly ordered. And that is a good user interface for all we care. What we need to actually do is now convert it into a. Hmm. So what did we do? We actually have a popover. It has a trigger which, when triggered, toggles the popover. And then inside it, inside the content of the popover, we put the command. Ooh, man. Need to stretch out my legs a bit. Ooh. I mean, despite using a component library, it can consume some time when you're not familiar with the whole thing. But that's not a whole big deal in my opinion. I mean, yeah, it takes time, but once you get a hold of it, it just becomes second nature, I guess, because these libraries actually handle a lot of the heavy lifting for you, uh, even edge cases in a lot of case. They also help with design consistency. Now, for me, maintaining design consistency is a really difficult thing. And so, mm, uh, though I think you can also try this playlist. Like, this is really good. Whoa. But in particular, I also need to walk through a lot of these things so that I can actually make sure that I am able to walk through it. Like like the popover API, it has a trigger like bits UI and it shows the content. Then we have the command box which has an input field to filter out data. Then we have in it the list of items. which we can actually group together and also have the heading option for them. So it is all very well rounded out and thought of, which is good, which is good. I think I don't have to actually report any issue at this point, so I can also close this one. Um, let's get back to it. Okay, let's just get this over with. Let's just get it done. Hmm. Well, let's see if I think our dialogue would be better for our use case. Should we try it with our dialogue as well? Let's just try it out because, like, what's the worst thing that could happen? Hmm. But the state has to be managed externally. Hmm. 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 Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so this is based on the shortcut key. Hmm. I think that is what is we are getting over here. Okay, we can now look at the combo box example that we want to configure, and this will give us a better idea of how to make this work. Right, so let's just go ahead and look at this. Okay, we can start using it then. Okay, We have the form field, and right from within it, we start with a popover. Okay. So I'm guessing that we can actually remove most of these things and just leave our form control as is. Right. And the form control is going to control the form, so it can be separate right now. Uh, what we'd want to wrap it in is the uh, element that we had. That is, I think this is where the form control is going to go. If you can get the button variant, which shadcn actually provides us with, like we can have a class or something. Okay, we have to also define the role. And inside the trigger itself, okay, so the form control is going to wrap everything. Okay. And the button variant is going to work as a function, I guess. It is going to return us some value. Uh, oh, I think that it would be better to just type the outline, and then we can go ahead and also define other classes. So the other classes was worth 200 and justify between. We also need to define the role as well. So role is equal to attributes also go in here. Let's actually define the form control. Hmm. Okay, I guess it doesn't need a list member. Okay, so right after this, we need a element to actually keep track of the value. And name also we can get from attributes. Okay, in the input, we obviously have a placeholder, but as I can see, we can also have a autofocus, and that is going to give us autofocus as well. So as soon as someone clicks here, we'll get the autofocus available to us. And maybe there's also a alignment option as well. Pretty cool over here. Like associating a value means it just works exactly like a form, which is a cooler version of just a select element because users will then be able to filter things out pretty quickly. And we kind of want to provide that feature because, uh, I mean, the easier we make it for the users, the higher the chance that they'll convert to R. The higher the chances of conversion, right? So that would be a good thing, of course. So we are going to just bind the values right now. Uh, we have our select element, which we can actually just hide over here. And this is the combo box that we are working on. But this is like pretty cool, right? I mean, I think that I should get some coffee at least. I think it's time for a coffee. I think the initial hit that I got from the first cup is just going away. It's just drifting away. It's like drifting away. So, meet you guys in a few. Whoa, we're back. We're back. We're back on track. Oh, shit. Fuck. Hmm. Too much construction work going on today. And it's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and what we were actually doing. So I guess these items can also have a value. And what it said is that we can also have on select change as a function, which will actually set up everything like this. Okay. And right now it isn't even closing. So that is what the function that they gave us earlier will be used for, I'm guessing. I am guessing a lot here. Whoa. Let's shift over a little and so that we can actually have a better view. In particular, what do we want to accomplish right here? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Okay. Hmm. So we can also use our derived values right here. And I think that is what we were doing in the select field as well. We can actually go and look at it right now. Okay. So we want to bind it to the actual value, and that value is going to be not the app right here, but instead to uh, from app.value. Oh shit. Shit. Okay. Let's just keep on going with this and we can actually look at a few more things. So uh, we're not able to bind it with value. Okay, so in the select field, what how it was working is that we were actually setting the selected to app. Okay, so yeah, it can be actually undefined as well. But what is the derived ruin doing actually whenever this thing changes? Okay, we are also going to update this whole thing. Okay, if that happens, then we are going to do form data dot from app, and we are going to make it equal to from app dot value, right? Hmm. Okay, let us just keep it with app. That is the value will be app, and this is going to change to app. I mean, that is as easy as we can make this. And then we can also configure some other stuff right over here. And that was to actually call the uh, close and focus trigger option. Hmm. But what is it to be called with? Close and IDs dot triggers. And where are we getting this ID from? Here it is. Okay, so we can actually control things with IDs. And right here we'll be able to pass the IDs dot what are we passing in here? Dot trigger. Okay, so it has two things. It has content and trigger. Both of them are strings. So I'm guessing that we'll be able to actually make it work somehow. Hmm. So we can actually select it now, I'm guessing. Okay, I'm not able to figure this shit out. Let me just copy over the entire code and understand it better in a separate. Uh, We aren't actually returning anything, and maybe that is why we are getting this error, because we have to return something from the load function as well, right? Which we can do right now. What other error can we be getting? Hmm. I mean, why is it saying that? Like, we actually have form actually coming over from here, and instead of that, we're providing the entire data object right here, right? Hmm. Again, there's an error. No form data sent to Superforms. Make sure that. What? I mean, this is an overly complicated example, it seems like. They could have gone with something much more simpler, which would have been easier to understand. They have Superform and they are exporting it. Okay, export data as form. Okay, so we are passing it the data, but we also need to return from our load function a combo box. Hmm. Okay, let's get just rid of this. Let's create a minimum product that we can actually work with so that we can actually look at some of the things that we may want to do. Right, so we'll have our combo box here and we can also have our other stuff over here. Uh, 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 uh. Finally. We can also define a new schema, script, and it is going to be a module, and we can have import z from Zod, z dot object, and what we have here is an object, and we have got the from app, which is z dot enum. I'm thinking that it will be accounting software, and from there we can again go z.enum supported software, and we have something working over for us. What the hell was that noise? Did something just happen? Oh, I just started something like voice dictation or something, and this is quite awesome. Like, it is working pretty well. I think that this type of voice dictation can really help me in writing pretty fast, as I need to write a lot at my job as well. So this is cool. This is like nice. Hmm. I'll have to sort of figure out how I actually activated it because I have no idea whatsoever. Like what and how and why is this happening? Oh, okay. Though how did I activate it? Seemed like a really good. Okay, let's just restart the server and see what we can actually get. Oh man, I'm tired. Actually, my head's gone, gone. Whoa. How do I actually work through these problems now? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The construction work is still going on. I mean, the good thing is that these headphones have noise cancelling. The bad thing is that these headphones are heavier, are much more heavier than the regular headphones that I use, which is shit. Okay, we are pretty much at 41 subscribers. Just 959 more to go to reach 1,000. The journey is long and it is intimidating, and it's going to just continue. Um, I think the whole part is just this whole thing is working properly, and as soon as I'm able to configure it all, I'll be able to actually make it work on the website. And I really need to get this to work because this option seems a pretty good idea, especially because I want to provide autocomplete feature and everything like that in the app itself. Right, right. It'll be good to provide something like that. We are at almost 3 hours. I need to go five, six more hours. Right. Choo, 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 choo. Whoa. Okay, I'm guessing that we are done with our three sessions, so we get a longer break now. Cool. Well deserved break. Here's what we are going to do actually. Instead of doing something like that, we are just going to go ahead and just finish this coffee and then go back to work. So, maybe some other music. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Uh, uh, okay, this works too. If you kind of want to hear it, I'll share the link. Pretty cool stuff. This is pretty cool stuff. And what we were actually doing, we were actually working through our combo box example that has been provided to us. And we also had to make this work. Right. So till we finish the coffee, we are going to just work with this. And as soon as we are done, we'll take a longer break of 15 minutes. And that will work, I guess. Am I not getting the form schema? I mean, that's a good use case for an AI, smarter spelling detector or something like that. Would be good. Let's just close all of these things and test this thing out. That is it. That is what we want to test. And another thing that I noticed is that we can actually define types when we are mapping things. Like, I don't really understand this syntax. Now we are asserting the type. Okay, I seriously don't understand this syntax, which is something that I need to understand. Hmm. Okay, no problem. We can just move ahead with this. Right, so we are going to go with like data as page. We can basically try both of these things out and see how they actually work out for us. Do we need anything else? Not right now. Let's just define a simple thing right over here. And we can go ahead and define them as, let's just say, mm, mm, mm. How do we define them? So this works. And of course, the good thing is that we can also define the uh, class. We can get the button variants and we can say that variant is going to be outline. Let's just go ahead and look what we actually get. And that works for us right now. We can do rest of the things later. Right. We also need an input element which is going to hold the value. But for that to hold value, we need to also have the form element which we need to actually import because we haven't yet imported it. We haven't yet imported it, right? We have not. I think I should also just pull it closer. I think ergonomically this is a lot better because I can now easily pull it forward and use the mic without actually stretching my neck ahead, and that just provides us with a lot better comfort. We also need to import form. Import star as form from lib components UI. Okay, UI, and now let's just go ahead and select form. Right, I think that should work. We can just start defining our form as well. Form and field is going to be, name is going to be, okay, I think we had to define it as form dot field, right? As form dot field, and we can say that the name is going to be Prime-Agent. The name is Prime-Agent. No, no, that is not true. The name is not Prime-Agent. It is something else entirely. It is okay, okay. Have I adjusted it properly? I know that it should be at a 45-degree angle or something like that to ensure that the voice is clear, but it also stays out of your way. Hmm. Let's just go back to the example, and we have to actually get pass it the form element that we created, and then from there the name as well would go. So we need the form passed in here, and what else? The popover goes into the form field, and then the root is going to control to have the control of this whole thing. So we can for now go ahead and get this element sort of. Right, we have the form field. We can just get the popover trigger and popover root right inside the field, and then we can have our uh okay, no, 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 no. It actually goes inside this, and this takes over kind of everything that is inside the popover root, and that sort of worked out perfectly for us. Wasn't that complicated, to be honest. Now that we have simplified the task, it's just as soon as you simplify something, you just go ahead with the bare bones of it. It just starts getting easier to deal with. Okay, we kind of have the trigger. We also need the input value, right? So we have to pass in the attributes, which will make sure that everything is in sync, such as the area labels described by if we have a success or error, that is also going to be available as an attribute to the whole thing. And then we can also go ahead and define the value as, okay, so not the value, but the name as, and we can make sure that this is an hidden element. And this is something that we can self enclose. It does not have to be on multiple lines, right? In the middle of the night. And do we have to actually pass in the value as well? So if we look at our example that we have available over here, we have to bind this to open let IDs. Let's do that. Why not? We'll bind it to bind open to is pop over open, and to just display everything we can just have this kind of uh, dot absolute dot uh, top 5 dot left is going to be 0 and padding of 5, right? And inside here we can kind of have things like a paragraph tag which goes like this, which goes like na 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 na, I'm Pac-Man. No, I'm not. Okay, so it is time for a break, and I'll go for a break. I'll be back after, I guess, 15 minutes or so. Bye bye. Okay, we're back. We are we are back. We are back on track. We are back on track. So the break lasted a bit longer than expected. Bit longer than expected. A bit longer than expected. But we can kind of get back to it. Let's go ahead and go for another 1.5 hours. Right, and instead, what I'll do now is just shift my. Okay, okay. I'm just going to shift all of the documentation to the right hand side so that I can easily walk through this whole thing. Mm. Mhm, mhm. And then we'll be able to easily look through the documentation and work through it, right? So I wouldn't have to actually context switch a lot. We can go to the combo box, of course, and what we were looking for is the form option, right? And I'll just switch over to this thing, and let's just keep configuring it because yeah, we need to go fast. Okay. Okay, so one of the things that I learned recently is that we can even break things down, like hmm, okay, we have actually done this and this, and we are doing this. Um, Okay, we have actually created it, so we can actually move on to something like this. Let's test it out, and what we are getting is this whole thing. Right. We are kind of getting that, but we can also get some other stuff if we want to. It's not a huge deal, kind of like, whoa. Okay, so we have the popover API, and inside it we have the content, right? Hmm. And this works, right? And I think that is the same thing that the example also shows us. Just kind of also needs the value. Hmm. Okay, it needs to be a combo box and it will also get the attributes. One step at a time, my friend, one step at a time. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so they have done something really cool. What they have done is accounting software dot, and we are going to find a value in here. And we're just going to say app instead. And what we can do is app app is triple equal to form data dot from app. Then we are going to kind of uh, okay. So this will return us the value, and we don't have to do label or anything like that in here. If it does not exist, then we can say select app. Uh, hmm. Hmm, that works too. But now the filter thing isn't working, right? As soon as we use the group option, it's not filtering it out. So I'm guessing that this won't be an option for us right now. But nonetheless, we can actually deal with that later. Okay, they provide us another function which is Okay, string maybe we are going to export over, set it to false, and during the next paint of the next paint 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 taint tainted painted. Okay, so this should work then, but we actually have to fire this event as well. We are already using enhance. We have the label set to language. We actually don't have the label set at all. Okay, that actually works because none of these would be rendered as an element. Right, and we want to bind it to some value, which we have already done, and we also want access to the IDs attribute. Okay, we have also binded the input value, and we have to also group it in one sort of group. Okay, so we need the command group. We also need the command empty object, and we sort of want each item to have a particular property. Okay, that checks out. That pretty much checks out, I guess. We'll need the command group. Before that, we also need command dot empty no such app on list no match found. Okay, that's fine for us right now. You can also kind of move ahead and let's just say not found, and oh man, why does it do this every time? Right, and on the group we don't have, and then we directly go into the each block, and each item has a value that we have binded to something like this. That is the name of the app, and on select we can actually fire an event. Okay, we are now able to change these things. Right. The autocomplete isn't working now. But, but why does this happen? As soon as we remove the group itself, it sort of starts working, as you can see. But when we put it in a group, when we put it in a group, it doesn't work as expected, which is not a good thing. Mm, 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 mm. You can actually also use the deslugify thing and just put it in utils so that maybe we can also use it elsewhere. Hmm. Hmm. So we are just displaying this right now, right? So it just works like we wanted to. It works like we want it to work, and every time that changes, we are able to change other tough as well. Mm, 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 mm. Let us get our. Uh, what the hell? Hmm. Yeah, now it works much better. Right. And there we get more space around here. So you can actually select different things and we'll get different options. Right. Kind of works. Kind of works well. Oh man. Kind of works well. Mm, 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 mm. I think that the couple that lives right above is fighting. This works. Okay, on what basis does this happen? Maybe I need to kind of wrap it in command list, and that is why I am getting an error because it does not know where to look when I actually use the group option. So the documentation is pretty clear on that. And when we do that, we can kind of wrap everything in the command list, and then we'll be able to also use command dot group and wrap everything in command dot group. And I hope that this works, and it does. But it does not work as well as that thing worked actually. So if we go with Maxwell, it does not work. But when we did not have it wrapped in a group, uh, it just worked much better. So we can actually uh, let's also remove the list option, and let's go with Maxwell, and now it works, which I kind of don't understand why that is happening. Okay. And we get an error, which is a good thing. If we submit it, we get our error. Phew, this was good overall. Um, we can just use this and configure our combo box elements pretty easily, right? Right? Am I right? Okay, I'll be back in a jiff. Okay, it's sort of time to just relax and work. Just relax and work. So I've just reclined my chair a bit so that I can just relax. Relax. I think that the fight has intensified. That's what you get for getting married. Anyhow, at least that's none of our business and we can just move on from it. Like nothing happened at all. I think we have configured everything that we wanted. It's just that, uh, we can use fresh. Okay, now we see that it isn't working as expected because even though we are typing it down here, what we are getting is nothing at all like what we wanted. Should we then, in that case, go with dialogue? And if we go with dialogue, what does that actually tell us? I mean, here it is working quite well, but when we are trying to use it, it just fails, right? We have set up the input, we have set up the. Now, this one isn't even wrapping it in group or anything like that. And even then, it just works out of the box. Like, seriously, they aren't even wrapping it in anything. If we just try out the examples, now it's not working. Why is that the case? And is it because I have upgraded to Svelte 5 and it just does not work with Svelte 5, I guess? Can that be the overall case? Hmm. Hmm. Mhm. Nope. Nope. Okay, there is some problem with this. Let's check out if there is any issue that has been opened for this. Hmm. Okay, that is a weird behavior. What the hell? Okay, that is pretty weird. It doesn't happen in the original one. That is when it is being used with Svelte 4. But when I'm using it with Svelte 5, it is happening. So let me just go ahead and try out a REPL and see if we can actually make this work. Right. And not even like this. Let's just go ahead and open a new instance of VS Code. Open a particular folder, and we are again going to open a test case. Mm, 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 mm. Error, and we can just select this and let's try it out on a completely separate component. Okay, okay, that can kind of work, but we also need to install this guy right over here and near sync. Okay, we are again going to try out our combo box and see if it actually works or not. So we need to for that also install popover and command. Let's just add all of these and we'll select yes. Just a second. I mean, I mean, I think that there is an error, but like, is there an error? Pew, 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 pew. Okay, let's kind of get into it and see what kind of error we get. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, we'll also add icons with Lucid Svelte, which is a pretty cool library of icons, very consistent, provides a lot of customization options as well. I mean, you don't have to go around searching hundreds of different libraries just to find a particular icon. That's the magic of it. But yeah, we also need to kill this. We don't actually have to kill the server. We'll just go with pnpm run dev. Whatever, whatever. Let us try out lab registry. What the hell? What is this registry thing that they are talking about? Okay, maybe they have installed it in something else entirely, and that in particular is causing the error. Hmm. We can now try it out and see if it works. Sorry, MIX. Okay, so this behavior is quite astounding in the least because I've pasted all of the code directly from there. And Svelte is kind of backward compatible, but this error makes it seem like it isn't. It works in Svelte 4, it does not work in Svelte 5, is what I'm thinking. Let's try it out in Svelte 4 as well because we haven't actually done that. Let's just go with let's just try the Svelte lab and we can use it to quickly configure a template. New web template. Do we have something for our use case? Doesn't look like it, but yeah, we can go with this. And here's something that we can also do is to get the. I think we can also install the dependencies again. So for that, we'll have to, of course, kill the development server and then go ahead with npm instead because it does use npm, it looks like. Let's paste it in. Let's go back to the command that is the combo box option, which we were actually using. And again, we have to install kind of the popover and button and things like that. Let's try with this and see what we can actually get overall from here. Okay, we can run npm run dev and see if it actually works. And I think this is something that it is not going to find. So we kind of have to replace it with components, right? Is there an error anywhere else? Okay, it isn't even opening now. This is insane. Okay, this is pretty insane that it isn't even working like right now. Okay, it works now. Okay, I think that I found the error, but I don't know what the error is about. So what we can actually do in this case is just record the two things together and submit it maybe. Let's just do it like this. But in Svelte 5 it does not work for some reason. And I think, I mean, where do I even report that? Okay, we are also going to create uh, a new one. And I don't know how to create in this thing like new template animation basic next. Is next the one with mm, Svelte 5? Okay, I don't get what next was all about. Yeah, it is Svelte 5. Yet it uses Svelte 4 syntax. What the hell? And I'd also want to go ahead and say this is uh, uh, uh. Okay. The other thing that we'd want to do is install npm npx swell dash add at latest, and this will be tailwind css because that is the only thing that we want to add right now. We'll add Svelte add, which is a pretty good utility to quickly add tailwind drizzle or anything like that into your SvelteKit project. It just configures and scaffolds everything for you, which is pretty cool in my opinion. Hmm. Okay, I'll create this another repo, and this time we are going to go with uh, 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 I think this is going to take over a year to install. Like, what's even happening with this? I don't think there is any issue related to combobox that is already open. Hmm. It has not yet been reported, so maybe I can kind of report it. Alright, that's done. Let us also try installing SvelteKit. Hmm. Let's initialize this as well. Initializing this will make sure that we are able to configure it properly. I mean, if we provide these repos to them, I think they'll be able to better understand the problem that we have here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit, shit, shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Please work. Please kind of work. Yes. Yes, please. Install. Let's kind of see what else we can get from this whole thing because it's just wild that this is even happening at this point. Right, right. Okay, apart from the button, we also want to add the popover, command, and input. So these things we do want to add, and I think that is it. You can also install the form as well. Hmm. Okay, there was some error, but what error did we get? npm install. Let us install everything. Uh, okay, let's just report this and then we can kind of take a break. Uh, I think we'll be able to report it within 10 minutes. And I also want to make sure that this is the exact issue that we are facing. Okay. I mean, I don't know why this takes years to actually install. but nonetheless, I mean, when I get back to it, I don't want to actually deal with errors, but with a real uh, component itself. So that would kind of make sense in this case, but okay, I think the form element isn't actually an element that is available. So we can just clear this out, and we don't even have a form to be used here. We can just start the development server and look at how to actually get this done. I mean, I think it is going to optimize the dependencies before we can access anything. But nonetheless, okay, now it says that I need to actually, damn. Okay, now we have reproduced the error and it is coming in. The error is here, and we can kind of report this using. Okay, let's go ahead and get this over here and over here. Now I have to share these things. Share them. Okay, in Svelte 5 we can also try it out. Why do we have a add global.css? I think that has been added by our good friend at okay, that is fine. And I think that I can also go ahead and make this better by going over to runes and actually changing these things to uh, states and look at if anything actually works like that. I don't think there's anything else that we have to do. I think everything else is valid. Svelte 5. We have just changed the. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, it is happening again. What if instead we do it like this? Let's say let's selected value is equal to dollar state, and we can kind of say effect. Would this work with effect? Maybe the derived rune doesn't actually do what we want it to do. I think that a good equivalent for it would be right. Like, I think a good equivalent would be to just say selected is is equal to no. This does this make it work? No, no, it does not make it work. Okay, so we have kind of configured both of them. And if we reload anything, we'll lose access to everything. This is just insane. Can I download it? Is it downloading? No, it isn't downloading. This is insane. Okay, save. Okay, I'll save this too. Mm, 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 mm. I mean, this works flawlessly, but that doesn't work flawlessly. So the only thing that we can do is with flaws. And when I do share this, does it just go out to everyone? Like the whole thing goes out? I mean, can't they just save it locally? I think it is going to be a completely new thing. Shit, man. Now, how do I share it? Okay, I've kind of created the repos, but okay, I can't go with a new project. Can I actually create a new project with import from GitHub, new with template, create route, create route. What the hell? Why? Why, dude? I mean, it should have just. No, dude. Okay, can I just open a downloaded project right here if I do Control J and nope, doesn't work. Does not work. Does not work. And now if I want to share this, let's just say I want to share this. Share it. I can share it with a hash or with the ID of the actual work, but I don't know. Okay, maybe we report it never. I am tired. Kind of. Kind of. I mean, I think that this thing. Okay. Okay. I mean, do we actually think that. Do we have any such option as to just upload the file that we downloaded? No, doesn't look like it. And even now, I'm getting this as like I have to. Okay, now I can actually share the project as something else. Okay, I think that this is going to work now. But what it did is actually upload this whole thing. Shit. Okay. I'll just provide them with a zipped thing. I think that should do it. But that would require them to do more work, so they may be less likely to actually help out with the shit. So I'll have to create the repos and everything like that. I'll just clear this, close this. I have another one open and I'll clear this, close this, and I'll again go ahead and close, 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 close. And we are going to get some exciting music right now because I think we'll have to go for another 10 minutes or so, because otherwise, okay, maybe we can listen to some bullshit. I'll close everything. I think that pretty much does it. And I can just share this, right? Let's go over to the Svelte repo. I think it would be available in my feed because I am subscribed to it a lot. Whoa, Svelte's self is going to go away. I mean, yeah, I think that snippets are more than enough to recursively sort of render something. I mean, I've tested it in this thing. Let us try it with npm run dev, and maybe we can try it in Chrome, right? Okay, doesn't work. What about uh, mm, mm, mm. Okay, it fails everywhere consistently. I mean, is there a particular log also available when I'm trying to do this? I mean, there are no console errors. Okay, nope, not. Okay, let us submit it. Oh man. What I'm going to do instead is stick with the this thing. Right, right. Let's just go with a 15-minute break. I'll be back after a break, guys. Right. I'm just a bit tired after going through this error because I think this is a real error at this point. Okay. I have reported it pretty much, which is the good thing. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, okay. I think that. Uh, 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 we'll copy and paste this right over here so that they get a better idea. Do, 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 do. Oh man, I'll just take this break. Okay, the break. Yeah, the break. I think a nap would be a good idea right now. We can kind of get back to it and just work through these issues one by one. I think that we won't be getting any response on this right now. Oh, I think we can sort of stick with. Okay, again, we are going to just go ahead with not a lot, but just. And we can sort of actually go with code. We can open it up. And okay. Okay. I think there is something going on that is not in particular to my liking. And that is what we have actually installed over here. Okay, I'm guessing that we have it somewhere, but where did we install it? Okay, we have got bun and course to blog, Docker link. I think this is the one that we want to go with. And we'll just open it with code. And there we go. Yeah, this is the one that we were actually working with. So it just works out for us right now. Let's just also take the documentation over here to better understand what we are actually dealing with. And we can also listen to some code. Okay, not right now. Maybe no music right now. Music comes later. Uh, Okay, I have this installed here. This goes over here. It opens up localhost 5173. And um, because the combo box isn't going to work right now, we are just going to go with the chat component. And what we can basically do in this case is just make sure that uh, we actually just use. Okay, as soon as I wrap it in list, at least it works somewhat, right? It doesn't just break everything, which is what we were getting in the combo box at least. But it doesn't break everything. What we have is something that we can actually work with. And that's the beauty of it. But if we go to the combo box element instead and look at that, we can kind of see that it doesn't actually just keep on repeating it for some reason. But that happens with what we were actually dealing with earlier. So the combo box works somewhat, but not always. Like, that is a huge problem for us in this case. So we will have to kind of stick with the select element, as I said, and we can see if we can actually have something like a scroll going on for us. Like, for instance, if we just have this input and then we have a list. And where is the error coming in? Okay. But why does it say that it may not be a Boolean? Is what I don't understand. But again, yeah. And that in particular also solves some of our problems which we were actually facing. Because this thing I don't think is working as we want it to work. Because we have defined what is going to be empty. We have kind of also defined the command.group. And so at this point, the only thing that we can do is go to the bits UI documentation and see if they have a component that actually works in a similar way. And maybe it is something that we can actually walk through. Because all of these are kind of coming from the same library. I hope that we don't get that error always. Okay, we have this. Okay, so the shared CN component is somewhat different in that case because when we use combo box in here, what we are actually using is the command component. But in Bits UI, we can actually have the combo box itself for us, which is, I think, a much better option. So maybe we go with this and try it out, right? Okay, we are going to select command and we are going to replace it with combo box because that is what we have, right? Combo box, and I think the API is very similar, so we'll be able to actually use it. And we'll kind of replace all, so control alt enter, but it does not have a list option or an empty option. So in that case, mm, mm, mm. Okay, so this will be the new API that we have to use. Hmm. Let us remove the entire combo thing and then get this right here. And if we are doing something like this, like setting this up, not with a command option, but with a combo box instead, maybe we'd go ahead and look at what we can actually do with it, right? So of course we have to also remove this whole thing. And that sort of goes away. Now what we have is a popover trigger and that is available with this. The combo box root is going to be something that works along with. Okay. have to switch back to my noise cancelling headphones. Okay, that means this. Uh, uh, I mean, this one is going to have on selected change available only on something like this. Oh my god. I mean, that isn't the way it is supposed to work, but anyhow. When we click on this, it should open up kind of. But if that isn't happening, what we can actually do is create a new route to test this out. And that will actually help us in figuring out what is actually happening. So let's just take the example that we have here and just copy the whole thing, right? And we are going to go to example, and it's okay to get errors, but yeah. Okay, let's just do this caret down, and I don't think there's any other error that we have, so we should be able to get this working, right? And we kind of do have it working, and it just works flawlessly in this case. Let us try typing in apple, and that also works. So if we just use the bits UI combo box, it is going to work for us. And this kind of combo box is going to work with, okay. So we can actually go ahead and figure it out one step at a time. I'll just go ahead and go with control and this to just split it into two parts, and I'll remove the terminal as well so that we can get a better view of what we actually have to do to make this work over here. Now everything goes into form control, and we have attributes, and these attributes will have to be synced with the popover trigger as well as with the uh, maybe the input items, right? But right now, instead of this input, uh, we can also have the combo box input, is what I'm thinking. Right, right, right. And the filter is something that we have to set up ourselves, which doesn't take a lot of time. I mean, it's just something really easy and quick to set it up ourselves. But it is an option that we have, right? And since it is a new thing, I mean, it will work out for us. I mean, I don't think there's any other option that we have available that is going to give us the same type of ergonomics and everything like that. So we'll have to kind of continue with this. So the first thing that we have is a combo box root. We have to define what the items in it are going to be. And those items are actually the filtered list of items. Right. So we can set that up quite fast, like Okay, and we want them to be. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so the first thing the combo box requires is an items filtered. So it requires the filtered UIDs, sorry, filtered apps. Okay, we can't actually go ahead and assign anything right here, but we can definitely say that whatever value is returned is going to be type of accounting software. And how do I even solve this is something that goes over my mind. I can't figure out how to solve this problem. Pretty sure that this is going to become a issue, and that too right now. This will be an issue right now. And because we have that as an enum, we kind of cannot actually break free out of it. So how do we solve this issue? Okay, let us just bind things, bind input value. Okay, we have the option to also bind this to something. Hmm. And maybe we are also not getting the types available to us. Anyhow, we bind this and we say combobox.content and class is equal to. Hmm. Okay. day. We'll meet some other day and time. This was good.